which is going to be one of today's topics. I'm going to get started putting the rest of the hoses and electric up in the tree to keep it off the ground, and then I'll read the comments, but I don't know that I'll answer any of the comments. Depends on the comments. I see some duplistic natured commenters on the internet that actually they come here and they want to be nice, and then they go someplace else and they're not so nice. Those people are going to be probably ignored. So what we're going to do here is get this tablet up on top of the platform. I got to do it a little differently than I did it yesterday because I have another job I was working on this morning. Okay, let's see. For now, we can put this like that. And we can put this up here. Up. Okay, that's still working. Okay, that was one of those things that's not supposed to happen. Yeah, I gotta build a bracket. I have to build a bracket for this tablet soon. Okay, so today I'm going to be rounding off the ends of the wheelbarrow handles, and I'm going to align the front wheel so that it's straight with the center line of the wheelbarrow. So that's what you guys are going to be watching for about an hour. I'm going to set up my cords and my air hoses first, and then I'll be working on the front wheel. I have all the bolts I need, I think. I'm not sure. The original bolts, two of the original bolts are gone. Two of the original bolts are gone, but I have other bolts. We'll see how that works out. You know, actually, I'm wrong about that. Here they are. I was wrong about that. Okay. They're in a different box. One of them was anyway. Here they are. Both of them are right here. Okay, these are the original bolts. So I'm going to have to countersink these, though, no matter. Because this board here was originally a 2-inch by like 2 1/4. Now it's 2 5/8, so it's about 5/8 of an inch too short, which is okay. All right, so there's the original bolts. Put them back in that tray there. Put that over there. This can go in here. This is going to go here. Okay. What happened to the... There's another tray. There's another tray with the drill bits and the drill. I gotta go get that. Okay, I'll check the comments in about 2 minutes, and then I'm going to start working. Be right back. Did it go? Okay. Nobody has any questions. So, go back to work, unabated and unhindered from the real world, yeah? So, find my drill bits. Interesting, to say the least. Okay, I gotta go get 2 drill bits, and I'm gonna have to polish this on the bench buffer. It's inside the shop. I'm not gonna take that outside. So I'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes. Where the fuck are they? Remember, I told you, if you're going to work with paint, put some hair conditioner or shampoo on your hands, in your fingernails, on your arms, and it'll block the paint from sticking to your arms. Later, you could wash off with fresh water and a stiff sponge. And oil-based paint, latex paint, grease, anything will just wash off with water. No gasoline or no thinners or anything like that. Don't believe me, don't matter. That's the truth. I know where the drill bits went. It's not a good thing. I had them sitting in the miter the other day, and when I picked up the miter and blew off the desk, they blew behind the desk. So I'll read the comments if there are any, and then I'm gonna try to find those 2 drill bits, because those are the size of the bits I'm using for this job. If not, I gotta go get another set. So, comments, and then we look for the drill bits. Whoa. Whoa. Comments there are. Okay. Hello and God day to you, Mike. I ordered some pizza with the anchovies yesterday, and I am trying it tomorrow for breakfast with some black coffee. Crisp it up real good. You're going to enjoy that. I've never met a person yet that hasn't liked anchovies and pizza. Black coffee, not with the milk. Hello, pretty boy Kirk Havoc. I'm a little bit frustrated because I left the drill bits. There's a couple of holes in my miter that you bolted down to the table with, and I left them in there the other night, and it was dark 30. And when I picked the miter up, the drill bits theoretically should have fell straight down onto the table. And then, what happened here? Can you see me? Yeah, okay, wait a second. Yeah. The drill bits theoretically should have fell straight down on the table, and I blew them off right behind the table. This morning I cleaned up all that wood debris and tree debris behind the table, so I should be able to find it. Patrick Barker, welcome. Hey Patrick, I dug the shit out of that video with your grandson in the snow, with him trying to, he knew to crawl through the snow into the path before he tried to stand up. He's a smart little man. Yeah, the tools. Well, yesterday I went into the city to buy tools, and when I guess I have a few people here, but anybody that's here that lives in the Philippines, I'm going to give you some advice. You can take it or leave it. I went into the city because I called up a third party. Oh, wait a second. Wait, I see Super Chat. Oh my God. Who's this from? Phoenix in the Philippines. Welcome to the machine, Phoenix. Wow, don't think I've ever seen you on my channel before. If that's the name. I am having trouble with the glare. Wait a second. Let me get this pair of glasses sorted out here, because this is, I think I have oil on my glasses a little bit from that hand soap that I put on there. I think that's the problem. I think that's Phoenix in the Philippines. Thank you for stopping by. All right, so I'm going to give you guys some advice. I'll give it again later. Of course, I always answer your questions. Yeah, Phoenix in the Philippines. Ah, okay, that's a great question, Phoenix. Okay. I'll tell you what. I'm going to do. I'm going to go get the tool that's going to finish off the handles. tape a magnet on a stick. No, I have underneath, I can get underneath the bench is 3 feet tall, Dennis. So Phoenix, that's good thinking. I also have an 18-inch magnet, bar magnet. That I could bring out. That I could do that. Thanks, Dennis. I went into the city. So let me answer Phoenix's question, and then I'm going to get the tool. And then I'm Phoenix in the Philippines. I'm going to use what is called a power planer, and it will reduce 1/8 of an inch of wood each pass, 3 inches wide, and I'm going to just form it around. So go get that tool. Phoenix, are you still here? Because it sure is. Sure would be a shame if you left. Let me get that tool and show you exactly how it works, and I'll get that bar magnet from the shop for the drill bits as well. So it should be less than 90 seconds. I'll be back. This is a 24-inch bar magnet that'll pick up 50 pounds. So, good idea, Dennis. And I'm going to get a Phoenix. Just leave a comment if you're still there. I'm going to get a piece of wood, a scrap piece of wood to show you how this works. This is leave the comment and I'll be back. I want to get a piece of scrap. All right, let's see. Phoenix, are you there? Okay. All right, so this is one of the more dangerous tools in the toolbox, if not the most dangerous tool, because It looks undeceiving, I'll tell you that. So what we got here is called the power planer. Now it's plugged in. And I'll show you on the bottom, there's a 3 1/4 inch blade here that runs across the bottom of the machine. 3 1/2, this one is, I think. 3 1/4. There's a 3 1/4 inch blade that's like as sharp as a chisel. And when you have an adjustment here on the front of the miter to adjust it down to where it would be 0 to take a pass off of here, 0. If you put the wood across here, it would be nothing. But then you can adjust it down to take as much as 1/8 of an inch off the lumber. So I'm going to set it for 1/8. Okay, now each pass will take 1/8 of an inch of wood off the piece of lumber that you're passing it across. You got to be careful with this. If you set it down on your leg or your hand while you're using it, it'll go straight to the bone right away. It doesn't have a safety mechanism on it at all. So here's how this works. Okay. So that was 2 passes, and it went down 1/2 an inch. Okay, so if I was working on that end of the wheelbarrow over there, I would be working like this. And now I'm going to work all 4 sides, and I'm going to make it round in about 3 minutes. And it works on hard lumber or soft lumber the same way. So it's a little big. Now you could leave it rough like this, which I will for the hand grips when I get to that side. I won't make it smooth. I won't make it smooth round. And I'll leave it rough on purpose so that when somebody grabs it, there's a little bit of grips on the fingers. Like Dennis said, put notches in it. You could put a couple of scores on it like that with a 4 1/2 inch die grinder. If you wanted to make it perfectly round, you could finish it off with a little concrete or metal die grinding blade, the black wheels 4.5 inch. You could make it perfectly round, but I don't like it round. I like it so that it's got a grip on it. So that took about 3 minutes. And of course you could make a gauge and you could play with it, or you could go all the way up the handles. Wherever I decide to cut the handles, I could go up and make it round for 7 inches or 10 inches. But I'll probably just go like a 10-inch round handle on the end, rough like that. Does that answer your question? Have you ever seen that tool before? Because that's how it works. Now these cost about, this one, a Makita, top of the line Makita, cost about $135, but this is from 1980, so it lasted 40 years. The new ones are about the same price, but they won't last. Well, if you use them every day, like this is probably made 5 tons of lumber disappear. I mean, I used to use this tool for the deck work all day. Sometimes it wouldn't stop. It would make a whole garbage pail of sawdust. Maybe not 5 tons, maybe 5 tons. I used it a lot. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much for the super chat. And if you have any more questions, just feel free to ask. All right, so I'm going to check the comments. Okay. Michael McFarland, welcome. Thank you for stopping by again today. Okay. Still here, Phoenix. So I guess that answered your question. Phoenix in the Philippines. Keep it away from tender men, then I think. Oh boy, who do we have here? Tender men. Is that a hint? Phoenix in the Philippines says outside the box thinking. Well, Phoenix, I have used tractor trailer trucks of lumber to build decks, but not 2 or 3 or 4, probably 50 or 60 tractor trailer trucks of lumber I have worked. I could do it with a chainsaw also, if the chainsaw with a 12-inch blade on an electric or gasoline chainsaw. And I could do it not as fast as that. You got to be a little more careful with a chainsaw. Pretty boy Kirk Kevin, if you hang out a while, Phoenix in the Philippines, you will see Mike is always on out of the box thinking guy. Thank you. So now I'll explain to you how the tool works a little further, and then I'm going to go back to bolting the brackets onto the wheelbarrow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this around, and I'm going to turn it upside down for you. Now this, if you have to sharpen it, there's 3 7/16 bolts that bolt a plate down to the blade. They bolt the blade down to the center drum, and you take those bolts out. Now you gotta have this thing off, unplugged. Unplug it before you do this, because that's a sure way to lose all your fingers. And then I'll show you how the blade rotates. You can rotate this blade by hand here. And that's the blade. Now, what you have to do is you have to take that blade off, and you could, it depends on your skill set. I can take that on a fine grinder on my 8-inch bench grinder and put a nice enough edge on it to do what I need to do for rough carpentry. But if you were going to do finished carpentry, you'd have to put a rough edge on it and then work it down with a sharpening stone. They actually have tools that you can run across the sharpening stone. I don't do that. So that's one thing that it does. And it doesn't require any oil or lubrication ever. It's 40 years old and I've never changed even the bearings. There's a bearing housing here. But the one thing I do is I put oil in the trigger. So this is what it looks like when it's turning. And that's it. That's pretty much what the tool looks like. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug in the blower and blow off this bench, and then I'm going to look for the drill bits. Thank you. Smash the thumbs up. I gotta tell you, these live streams I'm doing are averaging 47 thumbs down. I don't even know how that's possible. Not even that many people watch it. But 47 thumbs down I saw on a couple of my live streams. Yeah, baby. I am definitely inside somebody's head. So, thanks for that. And see if I can. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go, well, actually I'm going to go look for those drill bits first. While I got the glasses on. And then if I don't find them, I got to go inside and get 2 other drill bits. Well, they're gone. You know, it might be possible. Well, they're gone, but they're not back there. So that means if I didn't find one of the two, it means probably neither one of them fell back there. I put them someplace else. Here they are. Here they are. Here's one right here in my pouch. Okay, that's one. I guess the other one fell out of my pouch in the shop. Either way, this is the one I was looking for. And this is another one that'll open up the right hole. So this one will open up a bigger hole. This is the one I was looking for because it's long. So there's that. Okay. The other one's got to be inside something, because if they're not behind the bench, then they're not behind the bench and they fell out someplace differently. Either way, we're going to go back to, I'm going to put a 4-way plug on this outlet here, 3-way plug. Now this is 220 I'm setting up over here, and then I'm going to get the blower. And blow off the dust. Now a lot of people say, oh, you're spending too much time working on the workbench. Well, let me just put it in perspective. By the time I'm done building, no exaggeration, this workbench will save 10,000 man-hours or more. Because people aren't working on their knees upside down in the dirt, looking for shit that fell in the dirt. They're working like it's standing up, which is how, if you go into most shops, the men are standing up while they're working. Not on their knees, not cutting lumber across their knees, not drilling holes. Not drilling holes across their knees. I could tell you a funny story about that, but it's not really that funny. Okay, so I'm going to get the bolts out again. I'm going to get this. I'm cutting I'm taking the nuts, because I only put the wheel on temporarily as a spacer. It wasn't a finished product. So I started telling you people that whoever's here, and in the title of the live stream, I said Lazada basically is taking over the world, and I'll tell you why. Yesterday I went into the city to buy the welding cables. I called up one shop. They said, yes sir, we have the welding cables. And I said, how much are they per lineal foot? And she said, don't worry, Sir Mike, just come in. We have what you need. So I did. The welding cable, 50 millimeter. I said to them, I need 2 pieces, 60 feet long, which will bring me from my shop to any place on the property that I want to work with. And she said, yes, we have that. I said, well, I'm sure you do, but how much is it? I don't know, she said. She goes, go upstairs and look at the welding cable. So on the 3rd floor, I walked upstairs to make sure the cable that they had was what I wanted. And it was. 50 millimeter is the same size that's on the welder now, but the leads on the welder are only 5 feet long. So I said, okay, how much is it? You guys want to take a guess? You want to take a guess? You want to cry? And I'll let you take a guess at that, and then I'll tell you what it was, and then I will ask you if you would buy it, because a few years ago it was $1, like $1.50 a foot. Take a guess what it is now, and then I'll tell you what it is now. And you won't believe the price, how it went up, but I did not, naturally I did not take it because of the price. It's not even, I call it, it's not even a human price. It's not a human price. A human price would have something to do with humanity, where something is reasonable. The price that they had, not only is it unreasonable, it was unimaginable. So let's see if anybody guessed the price, and then I'll tell you what it was. And I'll tell you what they said when I said, no, I don't think I'll buy it. Well, no one could guess at the price of the welding cable. It was five US dollars per foot for 50 millimeter welding cable. And I said, that's crazy. So I didn't buy it. And I came home and I looked on Lazada. Now, it might be a different quality copper inside the cable, and probably a different quality copper, and it's probably a different quality rubber. But it still is 50 millimeter welding cable. $1 a foot. 5 times less money, and it costs $4 to deliver it to Bohol. So you can get 20 meter pieces for 2,800 pesos, for about $57. So I'm going to order that tomorrow when I'm going to put an order together for Lazada. Then I looked at the welding helmets at Build-A-Wear. They had them with the automatic light sensor that shuts, goes from light to dark. Auto helmets, they're called. 2,400 pesos, $50. But last year, I paid $22 for a helmet, 2 years ago. And all I really need is the lens. The auto lens. Now, they sell the auto lens online for $8. And then you can order it for that helmet. But the store, I said, do you have the replacement? No, sir. Buy a new helmet. Just buy a new helmet. Just buy a new helmet. So they wanted me to spend $50 for what I ordered for $4. It'll take a couple of weeks to get here, but I paid $4. My helmet is brand new. It's only 2 years old. It's brand new. It's a new welding helmet. But they wanted to, they'll just sell you anything. So the lady with the welding cable said, yes, but Mike, because she knows me well, you've gone to the other stores and they don't have it. Yeah? Well, we have it. It's only $5 per foot. And I said, well, I'm going to order it. I'll order it online for $1 a foot. Yes, but it will. She argued with me that it's going to take 3 weeks to a month to get. I says, it's okay. With you, for 60 feet, I have to spend 60 times 5, It's $300 US for one cable and $300 US for another cable. That's $600 for a cable, two cables 60 feet long. The other way, I spent $120, save $480. But that part of the conversation went right over her head. Now, she is a Chinese Filipino, and she does own a store with a lot of supplies in it. You know, she deserves to make money for the overhead. But for me to save $480 on one order, that's a lot of money. $480 savings on two coils of wire 60 feet long is a big savings for me. I know other people that are all rich and shit like that. We have to take that into consideration. Okay. Now, I need a straight edge to get this wheel straight to the back of the I should be able to do it like that, if that is, you know what I gotta do? I gotta start making some marks. I need to make what are called alignment marks on this yellow paint back here. And that should center it enough. Won't be perfect. Well, it might be perfect if I get, it might be accidental perfect. 16 and a half, so 8 1/4 is the center. Okay. 8 1/4. 8 1/4. So those two rivets, this thing is perfectly centered. Okay, that's 1 and 1 1/2 and 1 1/2. So I got to center it on these two rivets in the back. Like when they put it together, they made it symmetrical, so that's centered. That's good enough for me. Okay, I need a straight edge to line up the wheel. Straight edge. Be right back. When I come back, I'll read the comments. Straight edge. I gotta go in the shop. All right, well, seeing as how I'm going to be using this strapping material, that I used for the front of the wheelbarrow supports, and also for around the front here, I'm going to strap it around the front. I'll cut, I'll measure what I'm going to use later, and I'll cut a piece that will give me the parts for the next project in the length. So what I need to do to put around the front here is I need 8 inches and 3 and 3. That's 14 twice. All right, so 3, 11, 14 twice. That's 28. And then I need a 10. That's 38. Will 38 inches go back here? Here's a straight edge right here. Okay. 38. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. That works like that. The ruler is a straight edge. Okay. Centered on that rivet. Off 3/4 of an inch on that rivet. Okay, so let's bring this forward. And it's also going to depend on the wheel, because the wheel is a little crooked. You know, it's been beat up for 100 years. So let me just cut this 40. Let me just cut a 50-inch piece of this strap. And then I'll be able to make all the pieces I need out of this later on. I'm going to go get a grinding tool to cut that metal. I'll be back momentarily, maybe 60 seconds. That tool's on the bench already. So this, if Phoenix in the Philippines is still here, this would be the tool. Good morning. This would be the tool that you would use to finish off the wooden handle. Now, if I want to put grooves in the handle like Dennis said, this is the tool to do that with. I'll show that to you. But I'm going to cut this steel first so I can get it off the bench. So this tool is a 220. You got to be careful not to put the 220 in the 110 or vice versa. It's not good for the motor. Sometimes it blows the motor up instantaneously. Sometimes it doesn't. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this off the bench because I don't need all this metal dust on the bench. Now, I know that this is above and beyond most people's pay grade, but this leaves a razor sharp edge on the end of the metal. You really don't want to be walking around that later on or grabbing it with your hand, so you want to take the edge off it and round it out, because I'm going to be working with this for the next couple of hours. And I round off all the edges and the ends. That's not the piece you have to worry about. The piece you have to worry about getting cut on is the one that you're not using, because you'll go to grab it later on and it'll bite you. So get that one done too, and then it's ready for the next job that you're going to cut. It's ready, it's already deburred. Now, I put the ends together so that just to keep it out of the way when I put it away. Now we're going to take the straight edge here and bring it over. It's to the inside of that rivet, okay? To the inside of the rivet. This one is 1.25 inches away from the rivet. So we got to take 5/8 of an inch from the rivet and look for that as our center. That's it, right there. Almost. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a screw and I'm going to put a temporary screw just as a stop. If I have a screw. Okay, be back in 1 minute. Now I don't have a small washer in that box, but I got this key with a small head on it, which will work just fine. that was the problem. Gonna have to live with that. The problem is this wagon wheel is cocked a little bit, and it wobbles. Not much, not enough to make a difference. Probably a 3/8 of an inch. But I'm gonna live with that. Now I got to drop the line down through the center of this hole. And bring this bottom bracket over. All right, it does go that far, so that's not a problem. All right, put the bit and go to work. Yeah, I didn't think these bolts are too short. These carriage bolts are too short for the bracket now because I used a thicker piece of lumber. So I'm going to replace it with a bigger bolt. Which I didn't want to do, but I'm going to end up doing it, so it's just about a done deal. I'm going to have to polish these up on the inside buffing wheel as well. Wasn't the plan, but it is now. I gotta open up the hole one more 32nd of an inch. So I'll be back in a moment with a bigger bit. One moment, please. One moment. I'll read the comments first. Yeah, that wasn't the plan. I brought the bigger bolts out just in case. But I'm short about the bolts that were in there because I used a thicker. That's pretty cool. Slick. Illuminati, welcome to the machine. Frank Rizzo, haven't seen you in a very long time. Welcome. Yeah, the reciprocating saw definitely works better. And now that they have those battery operating reciprocating saws, that's way better. I'd use a clamp on each side. It's perfectly lined up. The bracket is perfectly lined up with the bracket from the wheelbarrow to the wood. There's really no need for a clamp. But I understand what you're saying. If it was going to be, the way the bracket comes off the wheelbarrow, it's at the exact angle that it has to be where it is in the wagon wheel. That was one measurement I made the other day. No, I can't countersink them, Illuminati, because I have a piece of steel on both sides. Let me show you. That would be what I could have done What I could have done is taken the power miter, planed this down one side, planed it down about 3/8 of an inch, but I'd prefer to use the longer bolt anyway, so I'm okay with that. The bigger bolt is fine with me. The other bolts work either way, but this is going to work just fine. I have the bolts, and there's no reason not to use them. And it's also the bigger bolt. This bolt fills up the holes. Fills up the hole. The smaller bolts, wherever they are, these smaller bolts don't fill up the hole. So when the wagon wheel smashes into something, see, this is the original size of the wagon wheel hole. These little bolts have too much play in them. So when you smash the wagon wheel up against the concrete barrier or a piece of steel or a truck or something like that, there's still a solid 1/8 of an inch of space in here, in this hole. That's why I went to the bigger bolts in the back anyway. So it's a good idea to countersink them, but I'm using the bigger bolts so there's no play. So that, because I don't know if it happened, but I would imagine it should have happened. All that play in there, it should have, eventually at some point, it should have been sloppy. So that's why, one reason I'm using the bigger bolt, to get rid of the play. I'll be right out of the bigger drill bit, momentarily. I know what you're thinking. Why doesn't he get a better drill? And I do have a Milwaukee 1/2-inch Magnum. Done. Yeah, baby. When I'm done tightening this bolt up, if anybody has a question, I'll answer it. And then when I'm done answering those questions or comments, I'm going to the other side to do the other side. Ugh. No play at all, none at all. Now in the front bolt, if there's a little play, it don't matter because that back bolt takes up all the slack in the play. So that I only need one big bolt in the back on each side. Okay, yeah, I don't know why it shuts off. It's the internet in the Philippines. I don't know why it does that. It does it every day, every live stream, it shuts off. Either way, it's back now. I'll fix that right now. I gotta go buff out the threads on this. I'll be back in a minute. Well, I'll be back in a few minutes. I got a 1 horsepower Dayton buffer grinder inside. I'll be right back. Alright, I'll show you the finished product and then I'll answer any questions, and then I'm going to turn it around and do the back. If anybody has a question, ask it now. I'll show you how this, how I did this and why. And then I'm going to turn it around and round off the handles in the back, and it's done. So I have one bolt back here that fills up the hole on both of the bracket, this bracket, and this bracket here. And then I just used an original bolt here because there's no way for it to kick forward or back with all this meat holding it solid. So there's an original bolt and a bolt that will keep it from kicking left or right. Now if I did anything wrong, you got to go to another channel, a blah 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 channel, and check. Do that now before I turn the machine around, because then I'll have to turn it around and undo what I did. Up to you. If I did something wrong, you guys got to let me know now. And then well, actually, I could cut those metals for the front here now. I think I'll wait on that. Yeah, I think I'll wait on that. Bruiser, Cruiser, go easy. I see you trolling some of those other channels religiously. The other night, 2 nights ago, I was going ready to go to sleep, and you were trolling big time. Frank Grizzle says Paradise, Philippines. It is a nice day to work. We have about a 20, probably 20 knot wind coming off the ocean, and we're getting a nice breeze. I'm not breathing in any of this paint. Mark Menjai. I'm sorry, I have a glare in the lens here. Mark Mengai. Thank you for watching, Mark. Welcome to the machine. What I'm doing is I'm repairing a 1908 wheelbarrow. What I'm doing is basically proving a point that I know a little bit about tools. I've been accused of not knowing about tools, not knowing anything about tools, not knowing how to use the tools, and not having any tools. So I'm actually trying to just prove a point at this point. But I also have to repair. I need wheelbarrows on the job that I'm going to be doing. I'll probably need one on the ground and one on the second floor when I get up there. And 2 on the ground wouldn't hurt. So 2 wheelbarrows, 2 men cuts a lot of time off. So thanks for watching, Mark. Booey Drambuey Fazio likes yellow much. Well, you can see it when little parts fall in the dirt. You can see it, and you can see it when you're backing up a car or a machine. Do you have? Yeah, I have to make a front guard. I'm going to make a front guard out of this stuff, Illuminati. This 1/8 strap. Yep. It froze up. It freezed up. See if we can unfreeze it. Yeah, okay. I'm going to make a strap out of this material. Freezing up. Not supposed to do that. Okay, it won't reverse pictures. So anyway, I'm going to be making a strap out of this material. 1 3/8 by 1/8 inch strap. It's going to go across the front, and I'll bend it on 90 degrees. All right. I'm not going to make the straps now because that's going to require me to go in and work on the man vise inside. And also, I want to weld a piece of steel across the front of the straps. Either a piece of steel or a 1/2 inch bolt, because it's just thin metal. That's what I got to work with. I don't have any thicker metal. So I won't be making the straps today, but I'll be bending them, drilling them out in the vise or out here, but not today. I'm going to work on the handles next. Do I have a vise? Come on. What kind of a question is that? Really? My vices weigh 90 pounds. 90-pound man vices. Swivels. One swivels 360 and then rotates, and one is a fixed vise. Okay, so I'm going to test it out. I'm going to road test it right now. See how that works out. Road testing. Road testing. Hey! Now if I tell you again, 4 o'clock, if you come back one more time, there will be no candy. 4 o'clock. That's 3 times today. Alrighty. It works just fine. Alright, I'm going to get a skill saw. And I'm going to trim the 2 handles in the back down evenly. And then I'll start the rounding process. So I'll put the machine back up on the bench and get a skill saw. Be right back. I'm going to look to see if there's any questions, and then I'm going to finish the handles, because this is going to take a while. Yeah, that's about right, Illuminati. 2 wheelbarrows serviced and ready for action. I just have to make those other straps that are in the front. I want to put a heavy-duty strap on the front, because straps always have a tendency to bend. I don't want that happening. All right. So I'm going to leave I'm going to leave these handles bigger than normal. They're normally 1.25 inches. I'm going to leave them 1.75 inches. This is no good. I'm getting a backdraft of dust, which means I have to turn the big fan on. Wait a second. Hold on. Look at this. Another tool. Another tool. Right there. Another tool. Let's plug it in. I gotta rinse out my eye. I got a little sawdust in it. Be right there. Maybe you could use a draw knife. Why would I use a draw knife? I want you to stop asking me questions if you can show me why I should use a draw knife over a power planer, I'll give you $50,000. Maybe if you had a draw knife, maybe you think a draw knife would work over cocoa lumber, hardened, seasoned cocoa lumber. Maybe you're insane that I would want to spend 2 or 3 hours to do something I could do in 2 or 3 minutes. Maybe. Maybe I could use a nail file, one of those little emery boards that the ladies do their nails or their toes with. Or maybe I could just get a rock and hone it down with a rough stone. Okay, so you want that $50,000? Show me why I should use a draw knife over a power planer. What do you think they made power planers for? I'm not able to turn this camera around. All right, you'll be able to see. Yeah, that's a draw knife. Maybe you're just asking me if I have a draw knife. I don't know. But if I was you, I'd get right on explaining to me why I'd use a draw knife over a power planer. It's worth $50,000. More. It's worth more than that. It's worth $1 million, $10 million, $100 million. that man with the draw knife question come back with the answer for $50,000? I don't think so. Okay, where's the guy with the drawer knife? Where is he? Thank you. I have a regular metal grinding blade on the angle grinder and it's just a metal blade. Concrete blade would work. They also make a rasp type blade for that tool, but I don't have the tool. It was a guest, a question, not a suggestion. Okay, sorry. I misinterpreted it. I thought you were trolling me. My apologies. Because a drawer knife would do it. And in fact, 200 years ago, a drawer knife is what you would use. But I don't have that kind of time. I mean, you know, theoretically, if a guy with a sharp drawer knife and a stone to sharpen it all day, theoretically, this is hard wood. Theoretically, a guy could do it in a day, but, you know, it's only going to take a few hours like this. Expat prepper. Thank you. I was watching that when I fell asleep. I don't know, it was late. I did see when you came on, but I heard expat preppers here, and I only just had turned it on. It takes me about 45 seconds to fall asleep, and that was when you got announced that you were on the show. So thank you. I'm sure. Okay, to the man that's 1962. I have a lot of glare on here. I can't see. But yeah, no, it's just that I get trolled all day, and sometimes I'm a little short. Like where the children come back 3 times in 20 minutes. Enough is enough. 4 o'clock they get candy, but they try to push it, and I understand they want candy, but you could give them candy all day. Then you ruin their lunch. You ruin their playtime with the extra sugar. So, you know, I get a little agitated sometimes when people do the same thing over and over, but not a problem. Yeah, the trolls have no life. So, thank you. Oh, I wouldn't know. On the GME stock debacle, whoever you are, I can't see your name. I have not watched a single news update in 8 or 10 days, or even a whole YouTube video. I think I watched like 2 videos from YouTube this week. I don't have time for that. I was working all day yesterday in the morning, and then I was out all day buying supplies and ordering stuff. That the lift that was supposed to be in Davao, that could be here in a month, and she said, if you give me 60,000 pesos, we can have the lift here in a month. And I said, will you guarantee that? She said, no. And I said, well, a month ago you said you could have it here in a month. You know, it's your store. You used to stock one in the City Hardware. She said, yes. I said, well, why don't you just buy another one and stock it? Somebody's going to buy it. And she said, sir, if you want the tool, give me 60,000 pesos. Do you know how frustrating it is to ask somebody a question, a legitimate, logical question? Why don't you just stock the tool that you always stock? Or why can't you just say what day it'll be delivered? And they can't because of the lockdown, but they still want a 60,000 peso, half the deposit, half the money up front. It's just frustrating. everywhere you go, they want the money up front, but they won't guarantee you a date. I'm waiting for tools. I waited from 6th of January. My toys were supposed to come. These were toys. Then it was the 15th. Then it was the 18th. Then it was the 25th. And on the 25th, they canceled part of the order because of a hard lockdown somewhere in Manila. Okay? It's frustrating. This lockdown is frustrating. So anyway, they want, and I said to her, the lady, if I order it, can I get my money back in 30 days? And she says, well, I would have to check with corporate. I said, well, all right, forget it. I'll wait. I don't need the lift today anyway. I don't need it for a month. I don't need it for 2 months. I don't need it at all. But I'll buy it when it's available and I know when it's coming. But to go from one store to the other and to the other, it's frustrating. And then you have the trolls. They're doing the same thing. They're just asking you stupid questions. Not you. The draw knife is the right tool for that job from if you had no electric. All right, so thank you, Expat Prep. Yeah, I would imagine they've been trolling me hard. They want to get a reaction out of me, and I don't give a fuck what they say. I just don't care. Because Expat Prepper, let me explain the Larry to you. I'm out here in my yard doing some work. I'm at the city buying supplies. I'm online at night ordering shit. I'm actually doing something. The only thing those people are doing is talking about other people. And that's fine. If you got nothing else to do, that's good. Drama's good. But they don't do anything but their real life. What do they do? No, it's a serious question. What do they do? You don't see any real life stuff coming from most of those channels. You see blah, 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 and one guy's talking about the other guy, and the other guy's talking about the other guy, and neither one of them are doing anything except talking about other people. Nothing is really, they're not getting anything done because of the lockdown and because their time has come and gone in their minds. They're not capable, they're not functioning, they're not a functional plus in society. Their time has come and gone for them to be productive. I have other things to do. But thank you for sticking up for me, but you could do that all day long to 100 people, and then somebody else will start another channel, start that shit all over again. Right now, I'm building a hotel. But thank you again, Larry. Well, the media, I used to follow the media, and I did until this recent election. And I've been telling people, maybe you don't know me, but I've been telling people for 10 years that this was going to happen. Exactly what's happening now. They're going to take over the whole world, and they took over the whole world. And that election proved it. So what's the point? Nothing I ever said changed anything, other than the fact that people will look at my videos and say he was right. And it made me a lot of money doing that too. But no longer does it matter. The media has been taken over by the corporate bigs. Nothing anybody does anymore is going to make a difference. And everything you read or hear about in the news is bullshit anyway. So it's raining out. That's one. this is going to work out, but I'm going to drop it off the bench a little bit. No, it doesn't work out at all. Nope, didn't work out at all. Well, yeah, that worked out fine. I gotta get a rope. Another tool. Oh no, he got another tool. Oh no, another tool. All right, before I go any further, I need to put these bolts. These are metal bolts. They're not galvanized. They're not stainless. And the drill bits, I want to just put them underneath, under cover. I don't need this shit out here anyway now. So just give me a moment. A moment. Alrighty. A moment. One more moment. I'm using another tool. Somebody go get the tool, chief. Give me a chip. Somebody get me a tool chip. are you still there? I have a quick question. Larry, expat prepper. Are you still here? The only thing you're doing, Larry, by sticking up for me is making enemies of the people who you thought you once were your friends and you thought you could trust. You could see how they've all congregated around one focal point, which is based on nothing of any truth or value. So all you're doing is just wasting your time sticking up for me. But thank you. But as you can see, the people who you thought were once your friends, not only were they never your friend, were never my friend, they'll never be anybody's friend. It's all about the drama with them. All right, so that's the truth. This tablet won't flip. Anyway, here's what it looks like. I tapered it, rounded the top, and tapered the bottom. Now I'm just going to hit this with the grinder and then go to the other side. Don't fail me now. I'll read the comments, and then I'm going to finish the second handle. So you're going to get some meat rabbits, are you? It's ready for work, Andrew. It is that. And it's tapered nice, so if you put sometimes you want to put a box on the wheelbarrow or a piece of plywood to grab some more stuff, light stuff in the back, like a toolbox. It's tapered so that you could do that. That's why I tapered it like that. I made a nice smooth tape. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna do the other one. Thank you for stopping by, Andrew. I'm gonna do the other handle. It's getting late here. I want to get at least this one, the handles done. Tomorrow I'll get the metal in the morning. The tablet keeps freezing up. Okay, it's done. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Tablet in the hat. Tablet fell down into the big hat. Okay, let's see what we got here. You know, I've seen a wheelbarrow here on some government jobs. If I told you what the Filipinos do with wheelbarrow, Ian, basically in the morning, they put the tools in the wheelbarrow, Filipinos, and, oh shit, that's twice. Okay, I gotta change something around here. Basically, the Filipinos will put the tools in the wheelbarrow in the morning, which is what they do. And then they'll bring the wheelbarrow to the job, which is what you do. And then they'll leave the tools in the wheelbarrow all day, and they'll move the mud or the rocks or the sand around or the gravel in bags. You know that. That's the way they do it. And I'm not kidding you, I've seen street construction crews with brand new $1 million backhoes or track hoes, and they put the tools in the wheelbarrow and they wheelbarrow the tools to the job, and then they move all the material in bags. Buckets and bags, that's right. So, do they know how to use a wheelbarrow? I'm sure they could use a wheelbarrow as good as anybody else if they wanted to. Is it 4 o'clock yet? 4 o'clock, yeah? Okay. must be close to 4 o'clock. They're gathering. It reminds me of the movie, with the Highlander, where they had, at the end of the show, they had the gathering with all the people. There's got to be 8 or 10 kids out there. Is it 4 o'clock yet? 1 minute. Is it 4 o'clock yet? Or are they early again? I have no idea, Dennis. I missed that. Is it 4 o'clock yet? Because I see the gathering out there. Oh, they're gone. Must not be 4 o'clock. He asked a good question, but I think he was trolling me. I don't know. I was using a power planer, and then somewhere. Yeah, that's true. No, they went away. I was using a power planer, and he said to me, on this hardened coconut lumber handle, this stuff is like ironwood, because it's seasoned coconut lumber. It's the real thing. And he asked me, why don't you use a draw knife? Why don't I just use a nail file? That's what I said. And then he apologized, and I said, okay. And then, I don't know, he got disappeared. I don't care. But why would you use a draw knife on hardened, seasoned lumber instead of a power planer when you got an inch of material to take away? You'd have to sharpen that knife a dozen times. It would be the tool you'd use in the 1870s. Okay, so that's it. That's done. That's done. Pretty much they're the same size for all intent and purposes. All right. I don't know. That wasn't exactly the answer I was looking for, but maybe it's not 4 o'clock because they left. I don't know. I'm going to take a break. That holding up that power planer and the grinder puts a little bit of wear and tear on you. What I need to do is fix one more thing. I got the bolts out for this. Hello, LaRue. Good afternoon. Thank you for stopping by, LaRue. I was just taking a little break. Matter of fact, what I should do is blow this stuff off before it rains again. Hold on. Hold on. All right, I'm done using power tools for the day. My arms are tired. I'm going to bring all the tools back that were... I'm going to bring all the tools back that I used today, all the drill bits, all the tools, and I'm going to sort everything out because that needs to be done. I got stuff for 3 days now on this bench. I'm going to read the comments and then I'm going back to work. So if you have any questions, ask them now. 2:45. Okay, thank you. So basically, 1 more hour, they'll be back. Paul Sanieri. Hello, Paul. Thank you for stopping by, Paul. Manila. We have a 20-mile-an-hour wind blowing off the ocean right now. Very nice, plus the fan. So I'm going to take all the tools that I've been using for the last 3 days, dump them out on the bench and sort it all out, because the drill bits got to go back with the drill bits. And then the tools that go in my work bucket have to go back in there. I've had 3 days of making a mess. I'll put that stuff back together because I'm just not going to pick up another power tool for the rest of the day. My hands, the muscles in my hands from holding the grinder and the power planer, they're tight and they're weak. They're tight and they're weak. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put all the tools away and finish with the power tools for the day and take the wheelbarrow off the bench. And I'll show you what it looks like one more time. Finished product, except for the painting. So, except for the nose, the metal in the nose of the wheelbarrow, which I have to make in the shop in a vise, because I need the vise to bend 90-degree bends, perfect 90s. And I also need the welder. So I'm gonna just work on cleaning up the bench for the rest of the day and putting the tools away. Okay, cleanup time. You guys can watch. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm going to look at the comments, but it's not going to be much longer. I'm about ready to go inside I'm about ready to go inside and order some stuff from Lazada, which was the name and the title of the live stream today was Lazada something, because for those of you who don't know, I never knew, but like the welding cable in the city was $5 a foot for 50 millimeter welding cable, and the welding cable at Lazada is $1 a foot for 50 millimeter welding cable. Now, probably the copper is better copper in the city, probably the rubber is a better rubber, and probably if I weld it every day, all day, the better cable would be the better cable. But considering that my cables never sit on the ground, I don't leave my welding cables on the ground. I hang them so that nobody steps on them and cuts them up. So considering that my cables never sit on the ground, the lesser quality cables will be just fine. Paul Signetti, oh my God, thank you. Eat a banana or two. Yeah, I'm getting weak. Thank you, Paul. I don't have a pot, but I got a bucket. I got a bucket. Where's that bucket? An empty bucket. Hold on. I could bang a bucket. Bang in a bucket for the stupid chat. Bang in a bucket is where it's at. Where it's at. Where it's at. Bang in the bucket for Paul Signetti. For Paul Signetti. Bang in the bucket for Paul. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know why this live stream just shuts off. It's the signal. It's been happening more and more since I got the fiber, but with the tablet, at least I could reload the page. Bang in the bucket. Bang in the bucket. Bang in the bucket. We will bang the bucket. We will make some noise. It's what we do. Thank you very much, Paul Signetti. From me to you. Yeah, baby. A poor man's New Year's bell. Ding, dong, ding, dong. Bang in the bucket is what we do. What we do. What we do. Bang in the bucket is what we do. They're gonna get mad at me. Now he's banging a bucket. Now he's banging a bucket. Bang in the bucket for Super Chat from Paul Signetti from Manila. Is that bang in the bucket? We're banging the bucket. We are banging a bucket. If I had 2 buckets, I would bang 2 buckets. I would bang 2 buckets. Bang 2 buckets. Oh, banging the bucket is what we do. It's all new to me and you. No one ever banged a Pate Cant before for Super Chat. Thank you very much. Thank you, Paul. The neighbors, they walk by and they say, "Man up on Michael." Well, I'm banging the bucket. They don't care. They know I'm working. They know I'm working. They don't. I have pretty good neighbors. They don't. I tell you what. The neighbors here, I've told people before, I don't know who's out there. The neighbors on my block, I'm here 6.5 years. And I've never heard a neighbor talk about another neighbor, ever. Sometimes they'll give you the evil eye. Like last week, same man that asks me for a job all the time. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, whatever that was, and he could barely stand up. And the worst thing I think I've ever seen anybody do on my block towards another neighbor was he went. The guy rolled his eyes. He went like this because he sees the particular man asking me for a job every day when he's drunk. But when he's not drunk, he don't ask me for a job. I don't know why. Like I said, well, he's a he's really, really good at stuccoing walls and laying tile. And I'm not doing either one of those. So as far as, he tries to explain to me, but he can't even stand up. He has to lean against the house. He tries to explain to me that he can paint. And yeah, I'm sure he could. But I don't have the insurance to hire him yet. And I won't hire anybody unless they're insured. Number one. Number two, and I'm being serious, there's a couple of people around here that asked me for a job. And I said, maybe, but you have to have identification. Because in order to insure somebody, they have to have identification. And they said, no, they don't want insurance. Now, I don't know why they don't have identification. They're in their 40s. So, I don't know and I don't care. But before somebody comes on this job, they'll be insured for, I forgot what, 1,000,000 pesos? 1,000,000 pesos insurance for 1 year for one man making 500 pesos a day is 2,000 pesos per man. So if you had 10 men, it would be 20,000 pesos for the year for 1,000,000 peso insurance policy. So why wouldn't you get insurance? It's only $40 for an entire year of workman's compensation insurance. So one of the men said, I don't have any idea. And I said, well, you can't work for me. It's not complicated. For whatever reason, he doesn't have identification. I would be responsible for his medical bills. And I would if I hired him without insurance, but I won't, because I tell them that you have to have ID. And it's like a circular argument. They come back a week later and they say, are you ready for me yet? Dude, man, I'm not going to be ready for anybody until I start pouring concrete. And when I say start pouring concrete, I mean start pouring concrete. Yesterday, so I wanted to tell you, let me say hello to who's here now. Thank you again, Paul. Thank you very much. Passport. Bang a bucket. Oh, God. I banged that bucket, Passport. Have a great day. Thanks, Passport. Bang the track hoe bucket. That thing makes a lot of noise. It's like a bell tower. So, let me tell you the story. The story. It's a true story, too. Yo! Candy! Candy! No kids today. They left. Yo, Candy. Where's the kids? Not you, the kids. Where are the kids? Okay. So, the local lumberyard, he has that. You've heard my stories about the cheap Chinese plywood. You've heard that story, okay? It's not going to change. The shit that comes from China, the plywood, is just it's junk. I could show you 100 places where it's rotted out. 15 minutes. So, well, thank you, Dennis. So I went into the lumberyard. Oh, when I bought the cement mixer, I went to the lumberyard, different place, but in the same area. And he's got this cheap, they call it the Chinese marine plywood. It's garbage. It's the garbage I made the house out of. It's the garbage I made the platform. It's the garbage that's rotten. So he wants, that's what they get for it. It's not a question of what he wants. All the places that sell that cheap shit Chinese plywood, they all get 960 pesos per sheet, about 20 bucks, for the 16 millimeter. So he tells me he has a new plywood in. It's not Chinese plywood, it's Philippines plywood. And you go there and look at it. If there's a difference, I can't tell the difference, and I know more about wood than almost anybody on YouTube. Okay, and I'm serious about that. I could pick up a piece of plywood, hit a piece of plywood with my knuckles, cut a piece of plywood, tap it with a hammer, and tell you whether it's a good piece of plywood or not. And this is shit plywood that he's got, and he calls it Philippines plywood. So I said, well, how much is the Philippines plywood? And he says, oh, that's 1,400 pesos. That's $28 a sheet. So I says to him, well, it's hard to explain to somebody that doesn't know wood, but the plywood I'm sitting on is from the 1980s or 70s maybe, okay? It's 7-ply, it's exterior grade, good one side, touch sanded. That's the designation. So now it's 50 years old, and it's still plywood. And it's been outside or inside for 50 years. Now it's been out here when I'm sitting on it for a year and a half. Okay, and nothing happens to it because it's exterior plywood. And this was $16 a sheet in the 70s. All right. Then, so he has this. So the first layer of plywood is like 3/32 of an inch on both sides. And then inside, they felt five more layers. The shit he had was exactly the same paper thin outside layer as the Chinese plywood. I don't know what the difference was. He said it was a better grade of lumber. So I said, yeah, well, how many, if I put Chinese plywood on a form and I use your Philippines plywood on a form, I'm only going to get one pour and it's going to pull the skin off, right? Yes. So why would you sell me the better one? It's stronger. So you don't need strong forms if you're just making 18-inch columns. You know, you can put battens behind it. Yeah, the Chinese, just Google Chinese plywood on my homepage. You'll see me crumble. I could show it to you. I'll show you a piece right here. Here it is. Here it is right here. Here we go. Ready? 1/2-inch plywood. Ready? It's all just falling apart. Anyway, so he tells me it's stronger, but you could still only use it one time. So that's an extra $10 a sheet to use it one time because it's stronger. So I said, do you have the plastic coated? It's called laminated plywood. It's called Magic Plex, Magic Plex. So like it's got a black plastic on it, and this stuff is garbage compared to the stuff they used to make. Anyway, he goes, well, we have what the hell is it? He had another name brand. Yeah, come back. Oh, you ready? Go get everybody. Go get the children. Go get your friends. Go get your friends. Go ahead. Go get John, and go get everybody. Come back. Balak. Yeah, he's too young to understand. All right. Okay, 1 minute. So they had this other plywood for 1,550 pesos a sheet. It's got some kind of black coating on it. You want candy? Yeah? Okay, so hold on, I gotta put this down. Okay. Okay. What did you say? What color do you want? What color? You want blue or yellow? Blue? Okay. Okay, umping. Oh, yeah. I forgot it. Fist bump. Salamat. So, so he's got this black plywood for 1,550 pesos a sheet. And it's not a plastic coating though. It's like a black, it's like coal tar, C-O-A-L, coal tar. And coal tar is a rough surface that will make the cement stick to it. So I said, well, how many, I already know the answer to these questions. I'm not asking him for knowledge. I'm asking him to see if he'll tell me the truth. I said, how many pours could I get out of one of these? Now, nowhere in the conversation does he tell me use form oil. Nowhere. Here's the owner of the biggest lumberyard in Panglao, and nowhere is he telling me, helping me with knowledge to make it so that I could get 2 or 3 or 4 pours out of it. Now I know how to get 10 pours out of that garbage, but it's still garbage. And if it rained, the plywood would fall apart. It's not waterproof. It's Chinese marine plywood. That's not waterproof. So if you left the skirt on a form for a month, which is how long you should leave the skirt on some things. When it rained every day, it would blow the plywood apart. Simple. That's what it would do. So he says $15.50 for that. And I says, how many pours would I get? Maybe 2, he says. Maybe you could get 2. But if you used form oil, you'd get 5, 6, 7 pours. All right, so nowhere does he ever tell me to use form oil. He doesn't sell form oil. He doesn't sell form oil because if you use the plywood once, you have to buy another sheet of plywood. It's fucking ludicrous. So, I went into the city and Build-A-Ware, after 3 years of looking for them to stock the laminated plywood, they stock it. Now, just the last year maybe. And it's 1,120 pesos per sheet. And it's got a plastic laminate on it. Now that is just as strong for the 16 millimeter and the 1/2 inch. Bugs don't eat it, like termites. And if you put form oil on it, it's like got a glassy surface now. With form oil on it, you could use it 20 times. So when I get the cocoa lumber, if I buy that load, what I got to do is get this bench cleared up, finish the wheelbarrows, put them out of the way, put them back in a container, and then I want to buy that 40-foot truck of old forms, used forms, and then I'll stash that. Then I'll have all the lumber I need to build all my forms, and then I'll make a plywood order. So that's my next, unless he doesn't want to sell me that lumber. And if that's the case, well, then I'll have to buy new lumber, and I'll buy it from a different lumberyard. Because there's no reason he shouldn't want to sell me that lumber, other than the fact that he wants 70% of the cost of the lumber when it's new for used lumber with cement all over it that has to be cleaned up and nails. I want to give him 30% of the worth of the lumber when it's new. I don't understand. He just doesn't want to. He'd rather have that lumber go to waste in his yard, just rot in the yard, and I buy new shit. And I'll buy new shit, but I'll go to a different place. I'll go to a different lumberyard and make one order for, I don't know, $3,000-4,000 and buy everything I need new. I won't take any nails out, but you'd rather have that lumber rot on the ground than give it to me for 30% of the original value when I have to spend a month to clean it up with crowbars and grinders to grind off the nails I can't pull out, sorting it, stacking it. A lot of when they took the scaffolding off the building, they pulled it down with a track hoe or a backhoe. A lot of it's splintered and broke. You got to just cut it up and scrap it for the neighbor's firewood. If that was me, I would want to sell it for 30%, get it out of my yard, make a customer happy. No, they don't think like that here. They have to get every penny out of you and then turn you upside down and shake you to make sure they got everything. All right. And he's Chinese also. He's another Chinese business owner in the Philippines. It seems like every successful business in the Philippines is owned by half Chinese or Chinese and a silent partner Filipino. It's an amazing thing. Okay, so let me put this hat up here. Oh, that works nice. Yeah. All right. I gotta start putting stuff away because it's raining pretty much. All right. Be right back. Uh, no. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, you want Chinese plywood? I'll show you Chinese plywood. Half inch. Half inch. Half inch. Half inch Chinese plywood. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh.
All right, I'm gonna read the comments, and then I'm gonna shut off the tablet because it's raining pretty hard here. And for a minute it won't matter, but after that, that tablet's gonna get wet. So let's see what we got here. Okay. Yeah, it's I don't know if you can hear the rain. Bang the bucket. When all else fails, bang a bucket. Oh, I'm not going to make a metal step, Dennis. I'll just throw something. I'll probably just throw something together with wood. Now, the next time I set the power miter up. Hello, Johnny Adrill. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, $1 out of 55. Chin Chin. Yeah, those guys, those Chinese people, they don't. Well, it's not just the Chinese business owners in the Philippines. For a Filipino to give you 5% off if you pay cash is a big loss for them. They don't even like to do that. But all the companies that say they'll give you 5% off, always remember to give you 5% off. You don't have to remind them. They know. But if you don't know about the 5%, then you won't get it. But if you know about it, they'll give it to you every time. That shit is, I don't know where it's made. It's garbage. And probably, Michael. I am tired. Yo! Where's your friends? Go get your friends. They were late today. Okay, 1 minute. Be there. Oh, no more? Humana? Over there? No more friends? Get your friends. Oh.